Howdy, how everybody? How's everybody doing? Big day today indeed. 6.1. 6.1 Newfound adventure. The story continues of Endwalker. Now, that being said, this should be obvious. Hold on. What the fuck? This caught my eye. Okay. It's Final Fantasy. Anywho, what was that? I don't know. Right, so 6.1, so this should go without saying, but if you are not up to date with Endwalker, if you have not played through to the latest bit of story, you may want to bow out soon. I'm gonna get underway with the Newfound Adventure MSQ. First things first, that's what we're gonna tackle first, and then from there, I'm assuming it's out as well. The latest tier sets for the Praetorium raid. I'm gonna tackle that. I don't know if we'll do that today. That seems like something that could be its own stream, but I just want to check to see if it's available. So, got that on the table. Trying to think of everything else. Oh, yes, I do also want to... I know that Jenny was considering testing it out, but the new data center to data center travel. I wanted to see if I could test that out in some regard today. But obviously, the main thing, MSQ. The new main story are much shorter and nicer. Define much shorter. The trauma adventures continue? Anyway, well, welcome Jenny, welcome Dragonis, and welcome Angry Cupcake. Good morning? It's morning, it's afternoon for me. Late afternoon. Oh, we'll be out till... Oh, fuck. I thought it was coming with 6.1. We gotta wait longer. Ugh. I was excited for that. Well, I'm so excited for the new MSQ. The new MSQ stuff. Regardless to that little downfall. Been in PvP all 2 days. Okay, so is the new PvP stuff already live? I assume so. I saw that in the patch notes, and I do want to try that out. We'll, if the MSQ stuff is really quick, we'll immediately move to try out the new PvP. And depending on how long both that and the MSQ stuff takes, we'll define whether we also have time to check out the new Hildebrand, to start anyway, the new Hildebrand questline. We'll check all elements we can today that can fit into a reasonable number of hours. I have the next 6 hours free before I have to call it a night and go to work tomorrow. So let's make the best of it as we can. But yes, one final warning, if you have not caught up with Endwalker, I again am going through the MSQ related material, so be prepared and warned of that. Healthy is 6.15. God damn it. Fuck. That's annoying. Come on, give me all my shit in one big patch. Alright, so there's no Hildy yet. And there's no... Hey, Orth Nightfire, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So there's no Hildebrand. And the Enter Data Center travel isn't out yet. We got the new PvP, at least. And the MSQ, so that's good. And Praetorium has received its next tier, correct? Or has that also been delayed to the 6.18 patch? If so, I'm gonna be very sad. I was very hyped for this. My hype is slowly getting shredded. You got lemonade in your eye. What the hell? You might want to wash. Might want to swish that out. Okay, thank you. Thank God. So, okay, so the new Prey stuff is out at least. Thank you. As well as the new 24-man. Right, the new 24-man. That's not gonna get done today. Because I sense that's gonna be a good chunk of time. Really had to pay attention. Okay. So, yeah, by the sounds of it, it's looking like today is mostly going to be doing the new MSQ stuff. And doing the new PvP content. And depending on how long both those two take, as in like how the MSQ stuff is gonna obviously have a set amount of time because you know you go through it once. But the PvP, we'll just see like how fun it is to play through. If I want to play it multiple times, and depending on how long all that takes, we'll define if we can even check out. Thing is, doing the 24-man or doing the next set of Prey, both are I would say big enough to be their own streams. So I'm gonna say safely that's probably just MSQ and PvP stuff today. The 12 killed you a lot. I would hope so. It's the latest raid. If you aren't already dying, then they really need to up their game with the difficulty. You ran into Pre in roulette? It's already in roulette? I haven't run into it in roulette. Even while I've been leveling, even when I just did one of the roulettes with my Reaper, I did a couple with my Reaper just a little while ago. Not today, but another day. I didn't get Prey when I was doing roulettes. I didn't think they were in the roulette. The Hatching Tide. I don't know anything about the Hatching Tide, but maybe we could throw that in here as well. But regardless, we're starting off with the new MSQ material. So let's hop on over to Morduna. Home away from home. Main snare. Okay. Gotcha. I just realized I've been fucking this up. I meant to say Pandemonium and I was saying Prey for some reason. We're not starting off good, folks. We're not starting off good. I just realized I was fucking that up. Well done. Well done, brain. We're firing on all cylinders today. I'm a fucking moron. Like, it just clicked with me. I'm like, wait, why does Prey sound wrong? And I was like, oh, wait, that's right. Because that's the roulette. That's the main scenario from A Realm Reborn. That's not Pandemonium. No, yeah, I just fucked that up, Robanon. I just fucked that up. In my defense, they both start with a P, so at least I have that much going. It would be absolutely, like, I will say this, it would be one tier worse of a fuck-up if they were completely different words. Well, they are completely different words, and it's pretty much just the first letter. But, you know, it would be a lot worse if I was, like, fucking up, I don't know, what's a good... it'd be really, it'd be a bit more egregious if, let's say, I fucked up Nidhogg with Hildebrand. Praedemonium. Yeah, let's go with that. It'd be far more egregious, though, if I didn't make that mistake. At least I got, like, the one letter holding the two together in my brain. Oh, yeah, that's true. Prey did also get an update as well, huh? Maybe that's probably why I was confused. I don't know. Point is, Pandemonium is what I was meaning to say, so... Great, we're fucking this up. Pandemonium, yeah, so that's been updated. Has that been updated with 6.1? To re-clarify? Pre-ultimate fight called something new. All I could think of was Porta Potty. Can't remember the full name. Okay. Pandemonium. Pandemonium will be 6.2. Fuck. God damn it. I read the patch notes though. Wasn't that in there? I'm not gonna pull them up. Ugh, MSQ. MSQ. Actually, let's wait. Hold on. We'll wait another 2 minutes. I'll wait another 2 minutes just to give one little sponge room for anybody who wants to join in the stream, who just needs a minute. We'll give them that little bit of shift room. Just 2 measly more minutes while I check on something. The Porta de Cumana. Alright, 60 seconds. Da, da, da. 30 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, so we're at the 12-minute mark, so yeah, we're hitting the MSQ. Let's go. Let's go, 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 go. Tataru, you beautiful munchkin. How are you? Alright. Oh, we getting another new outfit. Shroud, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? I would. Take a seat, then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Is it gonna be Charlene bread? Ah, great. My fat ass is hungry now. Damn it, game!
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around.
I bet. Feels like a blink since we last wrapped up Endwalker, huh? Well, it kind of does and it doesn't. Like, one part of me is like, wow, that was like, just like a... That was like yesterday, right? But then another part of me is like, that's like a lifetime ago. I don't know. Like, it feels both far removed from where we are now, but also not that far back. Oh, it's very weird. Maybe it feels like both because like emotionally taxing as it was, because of that, it's felt like a lifetime ago. But in terms of the freshness of it, in terms of like the actual IRL time, it wasn't that long ago. So it kind of feels like both.
Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors.
She's got men on us at all times. I just imagine it like in a bush somewhere. One of Taro's agents is like, yeah. Alright. I gotta send this to her, she'll fucking kill me. Romanov, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. They've really updated a whole... Oh, okay, I read that wrong for a second there. updated a whole chunk of A Realm Reborn's dungeons and made those annoying and 2.0 dungeons enjoyable.
More gil for the cause.
Annoying in dungeons. Which ones do you mean when you say annoying?
Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it.
Are you specifically talking about the Praetorium and fuck the name of it? The siege of the Praetorium base. That one that we always get in the roulettes as well. Those two specifically, or is there other ones you're talking about that I'm not thinking of? Those are the only two that come off to me as annoying. That's simply because of how fucking often we have to do them in roulettes, and how you have to literally listen to all of the dialogue again.
What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
A few. A grand new adventure, of course. I'm still mulling it over. Okay, and silence. Okay, I could choose silence. Nah. Grand new adventure. Bring it on!
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well,
nope.
If that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you.
Ooh, by all means.
You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while?
Can I? Wait, yeah, if we travel to a
simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
True, like that is something that right there is something that would be kind of cool, right? And we've been known as this big figure in Eorzea, and even to the Garleans. Like we're big news, so we can't really go anywhere without being seen as more than just an adventurer. But kind of taking us, this is a huge thing that me and Jenny have actually discussed on that. Not just me and Jenny, but Rilka, well, / Lightning Lunatic. We've discussed this at length on the Discord. This is my community and I have kind of like gone back and forth. I think I've mentioned it on the stream a couple times at least. Is kind of this idea of the idea with the next big expansion is that instead of trying to up themselves, they're kind of doing a restart. Not in the same kind of restart as A Realm Reborn was to the original launch of FF14. No, but more of like a restart in terms of where we are in terms of significance and also kind of where we are in severity. Like Endwalker was a pretty fucking depressing, but also at the same time, at moments, heartwarming expansion. It was really, it was a journey in many ways, and kind of trying to top that is damn near impossible. So one thing that's kind of been mulled over in the community, both in the FF community as a whole and also in my private community, we've kind of mulled over this idea of the next expansion being more of a new start point of which we're building off of again, as opposed to trying to escalate even more. Which I really like. I really like the idea that, okay, we were up here, we were in this crazy place, now let's get an expansion to kind of like bring back down the tone, allow things to settle, and then rebuild back up a new journey and story. I'm very excited for that. I do kind of want that, because it would be cool if we went to like a new continent and a new land, just like Emmett Selk mentioned to us. Emmett / Hades. I still go back and forth. Mentioned to us in Endwalker, which it feels weird I can actually mention this on stream without having to do a spoiler warning, but I already did my spoiler warning, so if you're at this point, you better be prepared for them. Regardless, it's like what Emmett mentioned to us while we were in the far ends of the universe. He's like, "Oh, don't despair. Like, there's more to go." And you know, like, I really like the idea of going to a different continent and in terms of our personal reputation, starting over while still having the ability to come back to Eorzea and be known as the Warrior of Light and being known as this great figure of the Twin Adder, or of the Mortal Flames, or of the Maelstrom. You know, like, we can always come back here if we need, but we have a new journey to start where we can kind of get a fresh experience. I'm really hoping that is actually what the next expansion will be about. You're right. Who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered? That's a great idea, but where to start? I'll go with the first one. We can figure out where to start. Just takes a matter of mulling it over.
Oh, that's the spirit. I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly.
Got a fire in my belly.
Now, all you need is a destination.
Got one for me?
If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavnair. That's where you should go next.
Huh. Okay.
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you.
All fair points.
Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Callbacks. Hey Jetwall, welcome to the stream.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world.
Alright, thanks for stopping by, Jetwall. Much appreciated. Yeah, I hope to enjoy the patch quite thoroughly.
In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Alright. She really is the best, though. Like, unironically, she's great. She's really great. I'm sure it has pockets. I kind of want to say that one, but yeah, I will say that one. I want to see a reaction to that. What was that reaction? That kind of silent reaction tells me she's like, alright, you want pockets? Here's all the pockets.
Not the threats with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement.
Isn't that embroidering? I suppose it's like maybe it's just the crafting
I run with the needle.
animation.
See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
Surrenders to your whims. How often do you say that, Tataru?
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
The devs know us a little too well.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Slap. Falls on the ground. It's just the crafting animation. That's what I figured. Well, I was kind of confused. I was like, you're embroidering right now. You felt personally attacked by that? Well, you crochet. Isn't that a different thing? I don't know. I don't know anything about, like...
Unless I am returned.
Huh. Where the hell was that?
Ah, you're awake.
I think we know what our what the next goal of our journey is. At least the patch journey is gonna be something to do with that. Obviously, but okay. We can't even take a nap without fucking having a vision of the of an incoming evil.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
Nah, you're cool. I got to get a nap out of it.
You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga?
Are we operating under the assumption that our character actually just saw that just now? Or was that for us? Like the viewer. Like we weren't... Because the implication there with the transition was that we saw that. But now that Tataru said that, like, oh, you seem awfully cheerful. Does this... Like that, I could take that as a couple of different ways. One, we just immediately forgot our dream, which happens, you know. Some people, you know, when they have like a nightmare or something, or like you ask them to recall it, and they're like, I don't got a clue. It was so vivid though, but I don't got a clue now. I just remember being fucking freaked out. But they can't remember a single event of it. Maybe it's that. But even then, wouldn't it be still some kind of level of emotion of apprehension? Or are they saying, like, hey, by the way, your character, little mentally fucked up. He's like, I'm so cheerful. A new enemy to fight. A new world-ending terror. Fantastic! I kind of want this second to be true. I do. I want that to be true so badly.
Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall.
It's our next new world-ending threat. True. It's just fantastic.
If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Indeed. I'm actually really curious to see what this outfit is, because each of the outfits we've gotten for Tataru, some of them I've not liked anywhere near as much, but some have been, like, in my opinion, real bangers. Kind of hit and miss, but it's all like sense of taste, right? Quest accepted. Time to acquire the new attire. All right. Quest accepted. Now turn it in. All right, we're firing on cylinders right now. We're firing on cylinders. Not all of them yet, but we're gearing up. Come, my melon, to the forge. Tally here. How are you, little melon? I hope you're well. If that's it. If that was Xenos, I'm out. had enough of him. Now that you said that, I don't know, I kind of was thinking, like, oh, the red energy is kind of Reaper-like. A part of me is like, is that Xenos? But another part of me is like, that really, like, if he's back again, what was the whole point of us kicking his ass at the end of the universe just to deal with him again? Like I'm all for the vote, you know, that's not him and we're getting a new enemy, like a proper new enemy. Hell, if they absolutely want to tie Xenos into it for some reason, make it not him, but maybe like a new incarnation of him, like his soul survived or something. I could work with that, but not like Xenos again, like not him proper. Or if it is him, have it like a redemption arc kind of thing for the psychopath. That's what I was under the impression of, was that Xenos was dead. So I'm leaning towards, hey Kairos, I'm leaning towards it's something Reaper related because it's got that menacing, like, seething aura that we know, like the Enshroud kind of provides. So it might be Reaper related, but not necessarily Xenos related. So I'm hoping it's Reaper related, but not Xenos. Observe, the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment, you'll see. Little more room in the shoulders. Open up the cuffs. A final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Oh. Not what I was expecting. Well, what do you think? Oh wait, isn't that that's the same outfit that's on the poster for Newfound Adventure? Ah, okay. Okay, I see. Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? It actually does. It is like a good adventuring outfit. I don't know if I like it more than what I'm wearing, but I'm so glad you approve. You've outdone yourself, Tataru. Thank you. So what do I owe you? It's always good to ask that with a Lalafell in mind, but we'll keep it casual for now. Business later. Oh, stop! You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Alright, I'll glamour it. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will... Ah, okay, I see the play. I'm a walking billboard. I'm an advertisement. Lucky for you, I don't mind. Before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. I can hear it now. The merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Alright. How are things going? They're going pretty good so far. How about you? Ahem. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new peoples to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Wait, isn't there a... I'm not saying that that's why they wrote that in, but I'm just saying it's kind of a fun coincidence there. Isn't there a streamer... Isn't there a streamer... that streams FF14 that writes a lot of notes? I'm not saying like this was planned, but I'm just saying like it's a cool little quinky dink. But yeah, isn't there a streamer that takes a lot of notes while playing FF14, or am I not thinking right? Pyromancer. Oh, okay, yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, chat, like, how much do you guys think that was meant to be like a nudge, nudge, wink, wink thing? Or if it was just coincidence? I don't know, I'm just kind of throwing it out there. It's a very generic statement, so I can definitely see it just being a line that they went with, and I'm just connecting it. But I'm just saying, like, it's possible. It's not one of the voice sections, so they could have very easily reworded some things just because, you know, he's been streaming it. I don't know. Maybe I'm going conspiracy theory on you, but I'm just saying. 6, 5, okay. I doubt it. Click on. Oh god, Jenny's pushing me on. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant. Or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind. In any case. Collection expanded. The Unending Codex. Oh, yes. I remember reading the patch notes. The new lore codex. Should I read this right now? Yeah, I'm really gonna spend a lot of time reading these, to be honest. But unless you guys want me to, I'll avoid reading them too thoroughly. That's just the Scions, the final days. Is that all we have marked in? Huh. Why? I would assume like all the Scions would be in here, right? Read it. Oh, it'll fill in fast. Oh, okay. Do you want more as you go? Okay, so it doesn't just fill in for our sake. It isn't retroactively fill in? Okay. Alright. Well, again, pretty cool. Pretty cool. I can't wait to actually fill it in proper. The Ending Codex is now available under Collection in the Duty section of the main menu. Awesome. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added as added to the codex as you progress through the main scenario quests. Nice. I find it interesting you have to play all the way through Endwalker though to get it. There it is. Alright, so this is the duty support system. Yay. Said my piece on it. Adventure plate. Adventure plate allow you to share character information on a profile of your own design. Other adventurers' plates can be viewed by accessing subcommands via targeting a character or right-clicking their name, friends list, etc. Your plate is not currently visible to other players. Make it public to change this. Oh, okay. Interesting. Edit plate design. Modern. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Stylized. Pop. Tank. Healer. DPS. Liminza. Oh, that's probably going to be the one I'm sticking with, but let's check out the other ones before I make my decision. Gridania. Ulda. Frontier. And adventure. Probably go with Liminza. That's my home. Outside, if there's the only reason I change it from that is if they add an Ishgardian one. I'll take Ishgard, but advanced settings. Ooh. Kind of like that one. I won't waste too much time on this. Don't worry. I'm just kind of checking over. Colossi. Oh, whoops. Go with that. Yeah, I'll play with this. Maybe it's because I'm American and our IDs have all the information on the right and have like your picture on the left. That one looks better to me, but at the same time, it's neither here nor there. All right, yeah. Well, friends only. Everyone. I don't see why it would be a bad thing if everyone saw it. What's this? Favorite class. Probably say Reaper's my favorite currently. Stormlord definitely. Yeah, again, I'll play with this more later, but right. Okay. Alright, so what was this one other thing? Portraits. My God, Jenny, you're impatient today. Wait, are you in the clock? That's why? If you are, I'll just if you are actually like on a tight clock, I'll move faster. Otherwise, like I'm like, wow, like normally it's other people who are rushing me along. I'm teasing? Oh, okay. Just trying to look at all the new stuff. Third time I said that? Third time I said what? As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options in Merid's Mayan, the finest drinking establishment in Radzatan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the right direction, in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Insert innuendo here. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Shroud, and may fair fortune find you. Your job died, remember? Yeah. Rest in peace. Driver instincts don't activate? Yeah. I enjoy it when driver instincts don't activate. Feels great. Alright. So I suppose we'll port over to Radzatan. Oh wait, no, hold on. I should equip those new items. It's a main city. I'll still be able to equip a new glamour plate set. I believe. weapon, but... cast Glamour. Cyan Adventurer's Monocle. Is that's I'm assuming the new one, right? Oh yeah. Got my shades, brother. Glamour plate. Yeah, I should probably actually make a proper glamour plate of this. 9. Actually, can I do that? I don't think I've ever tried. Normally, I do this part through the glamour dresser. I'm pretty sure you have to, but on the off chance I don't. Alright. There it is. Wayfarer's Tavern. Nope. Okay, yeah, I do need a glamour dresser for that. Screw that. We'll just do this the old-fashioned way. And I'll do it as fast as I can. Ain't ready. Wait, hold on. Let's see. I don't see Wayfarers anything there. Wait, did it not come with pants? Dorsey in game. Glamour is important. It is. That it is. You're correct. I don't know. No pants. No pants? Well then. Oh my. Oh my. My thighs are glorious. Okay. Wait, are there seriously no pants or that would be all of it, right? Oh no, there's a necklace. Okay, hold on. Alright, so that should be it, right? Because there's 5 parts in total? Okay, so... Yeah, there was the Wayfarers... Oh, that's something else. So, there wasn't a headpiece. Okay, there's a chest. And 3. That's 3 right there. 4. What's the 5th? Where's the 5th? It's not Obviously, it's got to be another visible component. Oh, ears. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Boom. And I'll turn off the glasses. Don't worry. That way my pretty eyes are visible. Alright, now that we've played around with that mess, and I look like, what would I call this? I look like Thigh Man. I don't know. Okay. Okay. So where are we going? Ah, okay. Just over by man's right. Okay. Boom. What about die, you heathen? Ah. Die. Welcome to Maried's Mian. I still suck with some of these names. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the Sunken Treasure Vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Let me guess, your regular's not in today. Ah, there he is. Oh, no. Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. I see a mustache. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayon's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek. And a few other odd bits besides. Ah, a fellow drinker. Whatever you buy for him is on the house. By the way, if Maried found out I took coin from Thavnair's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Damn, I'm supposed to be treated like a common rabble. Alright, so this is dyeable? These, of course, are dyeable. So... Actually, I don't think I have any dyes on me. I think they're all in my retainer. They're either all in my retainer or in my saddlebag. No, they're with my retainer. Yep. Sorry. To do the proper glamour job, I'll have to go to a glamour plate. It's alright for now. Yes. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. We're cool. Begin speaking with Jalheen. Tim Berman, welcome to the stream. Stuck at work now, but figured I'd check in now my lunch break. Enjoy 6.1. Thank you! I intend to. And what may I do for you, my Orsian friend? I want to ask you about second. Okay. Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? How about a nice brandy? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. He must be Irish. Here we are, one of Maried's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jalheen empties the cup in a single pull. I see. We have a professional on our hands. That was very kind of you, sir, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Oh, chasing down the old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, let's begin. Might I assume you heard of Alzadal? He was Khan of the Ori tribe, which sailed to Thavnair from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Razatan. His decision to aid the Arcasadora is what ultimately won them the war against the Gazazura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Razatan's earlier days. Like 3.5 hours worth? Oh, well, we'll definitely be able to get through it today then. I'm tackling the new 6 combined quest line from doing all the Endwalker role quests when I come home. Nice! I still haven't got that far. I'm still leveling my caster. My caster DPS. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely, and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there's the tale of the Sunken Vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razatan, folk would remember the tale of hidden treasure. Hearty souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle. Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Won't you help an old man? You dirty bastard. Snail, another round for the professor! Tell you! I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Just keep filling it up. Another for the professor. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Today was a splendid day to visit the Mayan. Drunken bastard. Alright, he's my spirit animal. Jonathan gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasured vault refused. I mean, flatly refused. To speak with what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only serve to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow that connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have... no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. Yeah, and you wouldn't be getting any more free drinks. I know stranger to peril. I think I've heard enough. Yes, I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale, then. What manner of dangers have you faced? Pulls out absurdly large scroll. It trails out the fucking door. And goes around the planet twice. Well, starting with column A. As resistance? If I remember anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it. But I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. I shriek. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Merely more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. when I was a wee adventurer. Jolene drains yet another cup dry. I don't think he's telling us anymore. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which shows the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? But I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend, Melin Mosrich. Signal for water instead. Take a round of water, please. Some salty chips, perhaps. A little bit of pickle juice mixed in with some vinegar. I also put some Tabasco sauce in there, and oh boy, does that wake somebody up from a... That'll sober you up real quick. A little bit of water, a little bit of pickle juice, some Tabasco sauce, some hot sauce, and a little touch of honey and a bit of vinegar. You don't even really need to drink that shit, that'll just kill you, but if you smell that, that'll wake you right the fuck up. Your drink, sir? Ah, marvelous! I am parched. Dean gulps down the cup of water. Pfft, that was water! Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head was certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jarzan. Be wary how much you drink, you swallow, lest they swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly, unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Uzama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Meon's finest spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jentine has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Don't forget the raw egg. True. Oh look, dances. Azama!
Yes, I am Azama, and who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in research of Al-Zadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Al-Zadal the Third's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, the appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me. How he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for his exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the Bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Al-Zadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
True, that is the 100% methodology to avoid hangovers. Don't drink. Unfortunately, I do not follow that policy.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
Okay.
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
Yeah, he's a businessman. He's probably not gonna go for it.
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
Is true urchin who thinks himself an adventurer? Yes. Like Aladdin comes to mind. Are they gonna do a thing there? Are you hinting to me that they're gonna do a thing there? If so, I blame you if I call it before it happens.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
I mean, I'd wager the
This is
fake.
no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly.
And so you just admitted right there. He just admitted right there. He's tampered with it. Okay, he is written on this shit because he said I have and restored by yours truly. Now that implies that he either pieced it together or he filled in the quote unquote blanks. I would the first thing you do when someone uses terminology like that is immediately go, aha! So you have admitted that you've tampered with the original. In what way? And how can you prove that your alterations have not completely altered its value? These are things you gotta know when you're going with gambling. Alright.
This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away.
Yes, but if it leads to just endless riches, right? Why are you selling it? Why aren't you out there with the map trying to acquire the moolah? That's another big question I'd be asking.
Be glad I am no such king boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never returned with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
Hold on. They're doing a work, aren't they? The over-the-top kind of greedy merchant, the desperate child. Oh, pleading, speaking to the wealth that the map could accrue for someone. And not to mention they just zoomed in on his face and he was looking back and forth while the voice actor behind the character is really playing up the acting part of it. Oh, cruel fate! Whatever shall I do? So either it's a work between the two of them, or he's got an accomplice that's about to steal a map. One of the two. One of the two. I'm calling it. I have a feeling it's more of a work between the merchant and the kid, though. I could be wrong. My boy!
Yes!
What have you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
Oh god. Knowing Estinian, he's gonna... Well, actually, no. Oh no, oh no, 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 Estinian is not good with money. Oh no. I was so happy I saw him, I didn't realize his one weakness.
A fortune, you say?
Oh no. No! Ah, great.
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
We play the world's smallest violin. That there's a gill for a hair. Oh no.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Even the bag is gold. What the fuck? And this leads me to believe it's a total fucking fake map. Hello, old friend.
Well met, my friend.
Likewise. Aye, brother.
Someone is dressed for adventure.
Today's a good day. Today's a very good day.
Why Thavner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
Indeed.
Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
It could just be it's been a while since I last heard Estinian talk. Voice actor sounds a little different.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
Nah, I think it's just in my head.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
The kid's reaction just now... Well, it's still likely that it was a work. But the kid regrets it now. Specifically because the shady merchant did just admit... Well, even the merchant was guilty, right? He was like, fuck me, man. I just fleeced one of the people who saved the fucking planet. But I got my money, so I'm out. I don't know. Thing is, it's not hard to fleece a Stydian. The man is naive when it comes to the art of money. You think some of the VAs ended up using different mics? That might be it. That might be why it sounds a little bit different. Yeah, I'm assuming it's the same voice actor. 10k hair tie. I mean, it could also be that the voice actor hasn't done the role in a hot minute. So when I can kind of understand this because I've kind of done this a couple times. Like when you don't voice a character for an extended period of time, it's hard to call back to the accent or to the tone of voice or to the mannerisms because you haven't done them in a while. Especially since a lot of people talk like themselves most of the day and only talk like a character if you're a voice actor, right? For part of the day. And that's if you're doing regular voice work for a company. But the moment you're not doing that voice work is the moment you're not really adding to that. You know, you're not getting the practice in and the familiarity with that character's mannerisms, voice tone, and accent. So the longer you're not doing something like that, the longer you have to kind of lose your touch with the character. Although there's lots of exercises you can do to fix that, but it could be, you know, he's the actor is at home, probably in a closet with a mic, or it could just be it could be that, and it could be, you know, what I'm kind of thinking, which is it might have been a hot minute since the actor had to voice the character, or it could be a different voice actor. It doesn't sound that different to be an entirely different actor. It just sounds like the same actor, but not doing the same mannerisms and same tonal inflections. So I'd have to listen to how Estinian's actor voice VA spoke in Endwalker proper to make and do a side by side to really make that judgment. But to me, it sounds like Estinian, but just the actor may just be out of practice. It's not a matter of like quality. That's not what I'm saying. It's like it's more he sounds different, right? There's a very big divide between quality of voice work and consistency of voice work. Yes, the one does impact the other. Like if you're inconsistent as hell, that does inevitably have a domino effect on the quality. But you can be inconsistent, but have a consistent level of quality. You could still portray a character and still inflect like like a character would in a scenario. Maybe, like you could still do that while not sounding like you always have with the character, if that makes sense. Like it's not one of those cases where different equals wrong. It's more, we're so used to how the voices sounded up till now that even the slightest differential causes it to sound way more off. And, you know, like we were so familiar and we had such a level of expectation, not like a level of expectation. We have an expectation with exactly how Estinian sounds with all we had to deal with, especially in Endwalker. So now that we're kind of getting to the patch stuff, and the slightest difference is going to throw you off. Yeah, I know you're kidding, but I felt that for anybody who thinks I'm saying that it's bad or that the VA that this is lower quality, no, it's just a matter of there's a difference that's noticeable here. Not necessarily a negative. It's just a point of. It's just kind of an interesting catch. You seem eager to be underway. I never took you for a treasure hunter. Trying the new PvP? Not yet, Rinkai. I'm actually planning on doing that after we wrap up the MSQ stuff. Assuming we have time for it late this afternoon. But I haven't tried it yet. I will be trying that either on this stream or on a dedicated stream to it. But welcome to the stream. How you doing? You seem eager to be underway. I never took you for a treasure hunter. I kind of could see... Personally, I could see Estinian being a treasure hunter. So... Yeah, you seem eager to be underway.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself.
The boy?
If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days.
Ah, okay. General charity.
I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
Fair. Oh, yeah, this does kind of rhyme with that,
Come
doesn't it?
now. Huh. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
True that.
Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Oh, he did catch it. Astinian, my boy, you're growing. Wait, why'd you buy it then? Well, he did just... No, actually, no. He started this particular side of the conversation by stating it could be fake, it could be real. I'm proud of him, though. I'm not proud that he paid out the ass for it. He could have haggled down. But I'm proud he at least noticed. Rikai, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you for the $20 dues. Number one. Yeah. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yes, but Steven, my boy, I'm proud of you.
More gil for the cause.
He's learning, yes. At least he knows he's being deceived, but still.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough.
He's grown so much. I mean, I will say this. The best liars always entangle a level of truth in their lie. No problem. So far, the PvP fills my missing WoW PvP. Everything has changed. I believe you will like it. Awesome. I love to hear it. I mean, I enjoyed the Frontlines PvP in FF14. I've enjoyed that. I didn't enjoy the... Fuck, what's it? I almost called it the Crucible. No, that's not right. The 4v4 PvP in the game. I didn't enjoy that, but that's just because of how fast-paced it was. I didn't have time to think. But the Frontlines I enjoyed quite a bit. And the new mode looks interesting. It looks like it could be a lot of fun. It's reminiscent of Push the Payload or something similar named. Yeah, I was never big on PvP when I played WoW. I remember I'm not gonna go on a full story. I probably shouldn't because we're in the middle of this. But I'll do a brief version. Brief version. I play, for those of you who've been following the channel, I played WoW from vanilla all the way to Shadowlands. I played the game for that long, blah blah blah. And I've tried the PvP out before in WoW. Obviously I've had many years to try it out. I tried the PvP out for the first time, I believe, during TBC, I think. Again, I didn't like it then, if it was TBC. I didn't like it in TBC, and I didn't really love it in Wrath, but there was certain PvP stuff in Wrath that I did enjoy that was open world PvP, like between the factions. I remember some good memories of that then, but my history with PvP, to kind of summarize, within WoW, as I never really fell in love with it, but I always found that the big part of that was because the community. The WoW PvP community were the base community of WoW of toxicity times 2. Now there were some good folks I met who did love PvP and WoW, but generally, like, if you looked at the community as a whole, especially that sect of the community, it seemed like it was a little bit more volatile than what I was already dealing with the base WoW community. So yeah, that kind of a rocky history. Trial with an error. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. PvP overhaul has been perfect so far. Love how Sam feels now. Nice. Love to hear it. You can also wolf marks to get your materia plus 36 stats, so it gives a relevance to PvP other than leveling. Ooh, nice. Yeah, the thing is, I've mostly been playing Dark Knight for FF PvP, but now that I know with this rework, I'll probably have to adjust which classes I use. I liked Dark Knight not because it was actually effective, but because it was just the class I was the most familiar with, and the one I had the most practice with. So I'm curious to trying PvP out with Reaper and seeing if I can get good, so to speak, with that. I don't know. I'm definitely curious of trying out this new mode and also, you know, doing some front lines again and other stuff. Again, the FF14 PvP community is the only MMORPG PvP community I've enjoyed. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I'm X-Ray 2 has a great over here move. Nice. Dark is still really damn good too. Okay, good. That's good to hear because that's the class I played the most in PvP. Generally speaking, I had a lot of kills too for a tank. Like it was fun. It's been a while since I've been able to do front lines though. Last time I played front lines was when I was playing through Stormblood. No, I did. I played a little bit of front lines during Shadowbringers. So you know it's been a couple months, but. I played PvP regularly, all the way up through definitely through Stormblood and partially through Shadowbringers. Anyway.
Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Like you needed to ask. Naturally. Shall we split the expense? No! Well, actually, no. If I say split the expenses, does that mean I get to shove more of that on Astinian? Yeah, let's go naturally! Tell you! Alright.
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Indeed. Lead the way, you beautiful knife-eared bastard. It gives healing now? Yeah, don't worry about it, kid. They finally fixed Living Dead. I'm happy to hear that. Have they? Living Dead. Grants the effect. Rinkai, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the good luck. Much appreciated. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Living Dead does, yes. It applies healing to weapon skills so you can maybe save yourself. It's not near as awful as it was. I'm happy to hear that. I totally missed that update. Grants the effect of Living Dead when HP is reduced to 0 while under the effect of Living Dead. Instead of becoming KO'd, your status will change to The Walking Dead. Living Dead duration 10 seconds. Additional effect restores HP with each weapon skill. With each weapon skill successfully delivered or spellcast. Cure potency 1500. While under the effect of Walking Dead, most attacks will not lower your HP below 1. If before the Walking Dead timer runs out and amount of HP totaling your maximum HP is restored, the effect will change to Undead Rebirth. If this amount is not restored, you will be KO'd. Yeah, that really changes the playing field. That really changes the play. Because up to this point, Living Dead is just... I just been avoiding it. Like, it's the worst... Well... Maybe not anymore, but it's been the worst oh shit button. So yeah, the fact that it adds healing to your attacks, if you can get enough attacks off, you can self-heal yourself. And if you're in a dungeon group with a healer, and the healer is also hitting you with heals while you're doing healing damage, so to speak, the potency of that can get you right back up to health and make that oh shit button really worth the investment. That is a major, yeah... I'm gonna have to rework how to fit it into my buttons now. Oblation. Oh man, what about that? Oblation. I don't remember that being there. Reduces damage taken back. Huh? Was Oblation there before? I don't remember that being there. Yes. Yes, probably. Huh. I don't remember it being there. Huh. Oh, that's why. I just acquired it. That's why I don't remember it, because I only recently got to level 82, and it's a level 82 ability. That's why it looks new to me. Okay. Anyway, with that aside, yeah, Living Dead looks pretty good. Happy to see it. Alright. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vitra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hanish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiali and see if he can help us. You ready to see the relic weapons? Same. Okay. Alright, teleportation. The island is much closer. Hey, Kaiju Blood God, welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're going to need to make food. Good luck. Love seeing fellow WoW players playing the game. Yeah. Now, former WoW player, I do have to say. I dropped that game completely. Maybe if they completely fix the game, I'll come back. But that's a bit of a tall order right now. Oh. Nah, Argus is still the best mount. Come, my light little doggo. Elefanto. I like Matsya. Yes, I like Matsya too. I guess the best phrase to describe me is WoW veteran. But even then, that kind of sounds braggadocious almost. Because veteran implies a level of, like, eliteness, right? Like, I'm only a veteran in the sense that I played the game for a long-ass time. But I was never an amazing WoW player. At best, I would have described myself as above average. But that's in regards to... certainly not in regards to PvP. Because, like I just said, I didn't really play PvP. I guess time investment would be the only way I could say I was above the casual. I don't know. Yeah, it certainly wasn't amazing. I survived playing World of Warcraft and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. I need that. Hey, is that an actual t-shirt? Then, have they done the relics this patch? I don't know. Wow, survivor? I mean, I suppose, if you want to use that term. Veteran, survivor, whatever works best. I suppose survivor is more accurate. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these runes. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Thank you, Matsya. Ah, kid's following us. I just realized Asinian switched to his full, like, badass armor. Have you noticed a little shadow? Stydian. Well, this is the part that actually doesn't surprise me. I almost said he's impressing me. But no, come to think of it, this is the thing that shouldn't surprise me. Him noticing he was getting swindled, on the other hand, shocking. He's been following us since we left the city. Maybe he wants an autograph. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Pretty sure even Yugiri wouldn't be able to hide from Estinian at this point. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beasts? I just flew over. I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavna? I'm not good with the Indian accent, just let everybody know. At best, I sound incredibly stereotypical. So, I'm not gonna even try it. I just suck at it. Hey, Paris, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavna? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I worked as Zashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan, and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done, and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have. Well, we'd be. Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you. Maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt. Well, the thing is, we got an army, okay? First of all, you got me. Okay. You got this glorious specimen. And you got a fucking Estinian who is a living meteor strike, okay? I think we're good. Actually, that's kind of one thing I want to see at some point, is just Estinian versus an actual full-fledged army. I just want to see if numbers actually would play a role in that game. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... We could invite our comrades. We might need a hand moving the treasure. Now you've gone and made him cry. We could invite our comrades. That we could, and assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Thank you to Nurianje, Alphano and Alize, Grahatia and Kryl, Ishtola. Not Ishtola. Grahatia and Kryl, tempting. Alphano and Alize. I don't like the idea that they're on the list, because they've been through enough, right? Like, those kids need to be kids for a while. Stop being world-saving heroes. Like, don't get me wrong, they've earned the respect and adoration of being adults at this point, but let them be kids for a little while. You know, let them rest. Let them stay out of this nonsense. No, take the small twins to dangerous places. No. Enough. We've done that a lot. And normally we can't convince them to just stay in a safe place. But in a situation where we don't need to tell them we're going to, you know, world-ending dangerous places, we don't need to bring them. Alright, let the twins be twins. There's kids. Let them be kids. Thank you to Unionje. They'd be my go-to. Thank you to Nurianje, eh? Those two would answer our call, certainly. But they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind. And I am loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. Damn it! Graha and Cryo?
Aye, Cryo may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease?
Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he, though? Strong, I mean.
What is your name, boy?
Marad, sir.
Well, Marad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you wish to keep your sister safe.
I'm not proud of what I do. But what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans.
Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates.
Thank you, sir.
Call me Astinian.
Astinian's got a...
Need to work on my wording.
Astinian's got... He's got... I don't know how to word this without sounding weird in one regard. Astinian's got a soft spot to, you know, protect the kids. You know? He's definitely a guardian figure. In the best ways possible, of course. They're not resting, they're in Garlemald. Yeah, but Garlemald's, despite the wildlife, is pretty much safe territory now. It's just a matter of, you know, fixing the place. Well, technically. It's a matter of taking it back. There's the new entries in the book. Yeah. Nope. Collection? Is that it? There it is. Unending Codex. Yep, we got a new entry. Estidian. Southern Dragoon. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna like this codex. It's gonna take some time, but we're gonna fill it out.
I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation. That much more, I am sure. As I recall, he was based in the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let's be off too, Marad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path.
Hey, Simbiakwin Mado! Welcome to the stream. How you doing? It's morning for you, isn't it? Like 4 a.m.? Or have you yet to go to bed? But how are you doing? Things going well, I hope. Alright. Been doing a little grinding. So what you tell me is you haven't gone to bed. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, I'd say that's a wee bit of grinding, yeah. Yeah, did blast the new Alliance raid? Don't spoil it for me. But I'm glad you had a blast. I'm eager to try it out as soon as I have the opportunity. Although there's a couple other things I'm putting ahead of it in the queue, so to speak. The MSQ and the PvP, for instance. Those are ahead of it, but I'll definitely get around to it as soon as I can. So background doesn't spoil. Fantastic. I appreciate that aspect about your character. Ojika! Long time no see. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Shroud.
What might the students do for you? Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Kryl. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Yay! The FF14 community is great about that? Yes, for better or for worse. The FF14 community is very aggressive about anything even remotely considered spoilers. I know, I've been on the receiving end of quite the loving end of that community and quite the hateful end of that community. I've had the taste of both ends.
Ah, Urgica, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Hello. How are you?
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
Oh, do you dream about me often? Of course you do. Who wouldn't dream about this face? What are the two of you working on? How is the restoration of the students coming along? How's the restoration going? Spoiler music is great? Absolutely.
Raha and I have been compiling old records.
Careful, you'll receive death threats. It's a joke, by the way.
We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition?
Indeed I am, little Kryl.
I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Ah, the Scions can never shake that instinct of, hey, we have a bit of an obstacle to go over. Send a word! Send word to him. You know who I'm talking about. Get his ass over here. We have a quest. Oh, good God. It's like a Twitch at this point. It's like we need to summon for Shroud. Call him forth. The tail is wagging. That's some enthusiasm.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure?
Adorable.
I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I kind of want to go hunt down my cat and drag him in here and just pet him.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Indeed we are. A new adventure!
Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Do we have to?
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she's spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Goobel Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm getting interrupted by important stuff.
It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor.
Every time they say Numenor, I just think of like the Numenorians. You know, from the Silmarillion / Lord of the Rings / Middle-earth. The Middle-earth franchise.
Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
When you say football, do you mean American football or do you mean soccer? Happy cat, yeah. Little bink nose his ears have? Yes. The Mikote have all the best characteristics of cats with all the best characteristics of humans.
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
I'll be getting Urianger? Yes!
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like.
Wait a minute. So far in our party, we have Estinian, who's a DPS. We have Urianger, who is a healer. Ishtola, who is another DPS. And now Graha, who can fill in the remaining role of tank.
From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here.
Curious. Very curious.
Why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
I agree. So we definitely got a dungeon upcoming.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Other matter. English football. Ah, okay. How sports ball went? Yeah, I used to like football when I was a kid, but then I played it in high school, and it kind of lost all of its fervor. My mother's memory is kind of going. Not really. Like, I'm joking. But she's like texting me like, wasn't this thing this morning? And I'm like, no. First of all, it wasn't this morning. It was last week. I don't know. Love it to death. Minda. Do I need anything? Oh, yeah. Need a few repairs. Thank you. Alright. I'm to speak with the Stola. Of course she's in the library. Library. The library. The library. I always love the music in Charlian. It's very relaxing. This is the kind of music you put on when you want to like fall asleep to like a gentle tune. Or if you're just spending some time with a loved one. No, you just kind of want to relax and vibe with them. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't mean to. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was stupid of me to say. I'm sorry. Nothing to joke on. I don't necessarily agree with that. It is something you can be humorous about, but it's one of those things where it's present company. You gotta, you know, like if you know someone's sensitive about it. Yeah, but I don't agree that it's generally not a funny thing to say, but there's a level of tact you have to have if present company are sensitive to it. And I'm sorry to hear that happened to your grandfather. I am. But at the same time, like, I think you can joke about, like, you can joke about memory loss and it not be serious. It's one of those things where it depends on the... It depends on the scenario.
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Maybe she's relaxing for a change. Hello, Biggest Hintus Dickus. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Are we not gonna wake her up? Nah, that would be rude. Morning, sleepyhead. How are ya? Boot the snoot. Or book the snoot.
One moment.
Describe a book. Jesus. Oh, for the mute. Was that me? Just me, or did the music just fucking take a
How
dive?
long have you two been here?
A couple minutes, you know. We just arrived. We didn't want to wake you. Catching up on some light reading? We don't want to wait. Do I want to be nice or do I want to be... I'll be humorous. Catch up some light reading.
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
You do realize you can take periodic resting periods, right?
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections.
Aye. Another future expansion I'm looking forward to.
For hints, at least.
If
I
not
don't expect
being the
to
next
find
one.
A simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
Aww. I like that. I love the callbacks.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite.
Reinvigorated?
A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
Yeah, we could need a little bit of help. Just a little bit of help.
Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished.
And fittingly enough, it's directly coordinated with your own research.
An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Immediately?
Akiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger.
Right.
He was in Thalmazane.
How bad Asmo. You almost forgot Urianger! How dare you! Bad! That actually hurt. Ow.
Then by all means, let us recruit him and be on our way.
So I got both of my kitty cats. I got my Dragoon. Right? And now I just gotta pick up my Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist. And then we're good to go. You know? It's time to duel. Aporia. Oh. Instant transmission. Alrighty, Roo. Ready, Roo. Argos. Lead the way, doggo.
Who the best doggo in the world? You the best doggo in the world. In this world. New entries added notification. Alright. Thank you for the notification. Alrighty then. Oh. Alright. Alright, how are you doing, Urianger?
Ah, our illustrious champion.
Stop. Illustrious is only one of many descriptions of me.
Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure.
It's not working so far. Quite a few people have recognized me.
Expedition is in the offing.
Tis good to see you well. Wasn't that good with you? Tis good to see you well.
And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
I try to be.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies.
The Loporits.
As you may recall, the Loporits had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
I can't imagine where they got that idea. Looks at previous stream. Yeah. Oh yeah, also Golden Saucer, right? Yeah, the actual treasure hunts in the open world, which, by the way, ton of fucking fun. But that aside, yeah, treasure hunts are unironically some of the best content, especially if you're like, you know, hanging out with a group and you have a group of friends on like a weekend or something like that, and you're all hanging out. Oh my god, treasure hunts are so much fun. They have such a great group activity, especially if everybody's on Discord, and you're in that moment where you're all about to get sucked in by the fucking vacuum cleaner, and everybody is screaming, screaming, shock him, tase him, please, tase him, and it doesn't happen. It's like, no. Or even worse, when you try to open a door, you know, when you beat that particular room and you're trying to move to the next room to go deeper into the dungeon, so to speak, and then it closes and it's like it closes all the way and you hear the red lights, and then somehow it goes, you know, rainbow lights, and then it opens back up, and you're like, you motherfucker! And you just know that someone at Square Enix is just like, fuck them. No, treasure hunts are great though. So I can see why the Loporits have gotten this impression.
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
They were too enthusiastic.
But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos?
You need your help.
fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation.
Be a pleasure to have you on board.
How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
A hot minute.
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments.
Numerous
it's
expansions.
pleasant not to have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Estinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
Indeed. Most indubitably.
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
Thancred! How are you doing?
All is well, I trust.
How's Papa Thancred doing? Hope well.
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
They're not rabbits, they're loperids. There's a difference. And the difference comes in the form of they talk. And they're anthropomorphic, you know. How was your pilgrimage? You're looking well. Strapping.
That's because we didn't travel by experimental etherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being.
True that.
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together.
Hey, Flynn Raider, welcome to the stream.
That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seen fit to gather?
Treasure hunting.
Beneath the waters of the bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loperids.
Love how he has to excuse it. He's like, Bae. It's cool, it's cool. There's a legitimate reason.
Of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Don't be salty, Thancred. Come on. Come with us.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, it is best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations.
You bet, brother. You bet.
Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Quite possibly. Let's just hope in the time I've been gone, he hasn't already spent all of his money on a toothpick, you know? Tally ho! Sassy Stuhler? Yes. The sassiest of the sass.
Time to sleep before I get too exhausted. Good night, y'all. Have fun with MSQ and the rest of 6.1. You too. Well, you get some rest, and when you're playing it on your own time, continue to enjoy the rest of 6.1 that you are currently still need to do. That was worded perfectly. Pat on my own back. Fly, Argos. He has a toothpick on his back. True that. A dragon toothpick, so it's mighty powerful. I send you to recruit Graha, and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Fud. Stretch yours on. Ah, I'm fine. I stretched before I started the stream. Alzadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? The Undersea Vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Stoic nod. We're going on another adventure. This is exciting. Alzadal's legacy now accessible. A new regular duty? Right here. New duty is unlocked! Fantastic! Now, the royal question. Do I wait in DPS queue? Well, that answers that question. Lauren, get in here. Alright, so Lauren is joining the party. Taking open applications! Hey, Lauren. Yo. I did not coordinate by the way. She just sent me a message. Like just as I was like, all right, player or trust, bring. Okay then. Taking applications for the other 2 spots, 3 spots, 2 spots, whatever. Yeah, it's 2 DPS, healer tank. Yeah, 3 spots, 2 spots. Math. Yo do do do. Do do do. Actually, what's Lauren running as? Ah, Sage. Come on, we got any takers? It's looking like that's a no. Alright, so we'll queue up. Instantaneous. If only we were at home. Yeah, it would have been great to have you. But unfortunately, it looks like we're just running me and Lauren. Alright, time to check out this new dungeon. Let's see what beauties and horrors alike it doth hold for us. If the crossover thing was working, I would. Yeah, and I'd love to have you. Oh, that's why I was so disappointed to hear that that's not going to be the thing. Well, it's going to be a thing, but it's not a thing for 6.1. For a second, I thought those were rat men. No, it's wee little marsupials. It's lamers. It's lamers, you say. Little bastards. Hey, I still have 2 cat boys and a human with me, so... I'm only one... No, I'm still relatively on course. Alright, lead the way, Mr. Tank. And boom! Keep her going, eh? Oppo. It's a lemur. You can call it an Oppo all you want, it's a lemur. What in the blazes? And drop another one of them. And Communio! Damn it, they killed him before I was very close to shooting it off. This dungeon is genius. Real quick. And Communio! Boom. I'm back. Made some burgers. Nice. Now you're making me hungry. Damn you. I love you, but damn you. Ah, boss. It's the boss. Here we go. Come on. Okay. Oh. What in blazes? It's always interesting going in blind on these. Ah, shit. I thought I could run out of it. Ooh. Oh! Here. Minio. Boom. Get my dots back on him. Alright, so I'm trying to... What's the indicator on this one? Harp. Close. Boom. I got him. Jellyfish or a crab? I believe that's the jellyfish. But it's kind of like a jellyfish squid hybrid. Kind of a thing. Oh, hello. Glyph of passage detected confirming bear's identity. Okay. Alright, Lauren, you ready for big pulls? Alright, that's what our tank just said. Alright, good. Looks like she is. I mean, I'm assuming, Lauren, you've been good this whole time. Lauren's a pretty experienced one. Crap, why am I taking so much damage? Alright, here we go. Alright, gonna call it a night. Have fun. Alright, have a good one, Metalix. Thank you for joining while you could. Rest well, sleep well. Be fantastic as always. Alright, boss number 2. Hey, Arthur Bernhardt. Welcome, brother. How are ya? Oh, that. Oh, okay. 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 That's a cool mechanic. Not gonna lie, the reflective shielding thing, that's cool. That is cool. You cannot have a functioning coolness meter and not say that's not cool. Right? That's a neat mechanic. I like that. Whoops, not gonna use that one. Oh boy. Okay. That was a close one. Oh boy. Ah, crap. Yeah, I portaled the same exact moment she dragged me over. Still, clutch save on that one, Lauren. Thank you. I had the same idea though of porting over. I was just trying to get a few extra licks in, but didn't really work out in my favor. Oh shit. Ah, just as we killed him. Good, just got off work. Nice. How was work? I hope it was good, man. Nice casual day. Relaxing. Or at the very least, not as taxing as work normally is for folks. You know, a little bit of healthy in between. Stacks of that. Boom. Menu. Oh, I've been getting some good rolls so far. I've been greeting everything. Alright, final boss. Come on, bring him on. Looming Warden, Kapikulu. Ooh. Nice. It's like a textile golem. I don't remember this one, only second run here. Oh boy. Ready, I guess. This is the best ready I can. Okay. That's quirky, but I like it. I like it. And Caminio. So what are we doing here? Oh crap! Oh! I didn't realize that's what that was. Oh shit! Oh shit! This funness again. Twirling like a madman, twirling like a goddess. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh! That was rude. That was very rude. Okay. Okay, so how does this one work? Okay, so the green ones it falls. Okay. Man, it might be one of those that's not really consistent every time. And Convenio. Oh yeah, now limit break we should have done a minute ago. Richard North, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Oh, there we go. I didn't die once. That surprised me. GG. Oh, what do we get for loot? Agreed. Thank you, Lauren, as always, for being an accomplished healer. An expert rescuer of my dumbass.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one.
Looks
way
like we're
we
having the
might find
hashish.
out.
Having the hookah. What data center am I on? I'm on Crystal Data Center.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Why, hello.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
Either or? And they both work.
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our union. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
I mean, well, yes.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
I mean, better us than somebody else if there's a issue with the looting part.
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Uh-oh. Should I make a genie joke? I don't know. I don't want to invoke that, end up being the thing. I was told at the beginning of the stream, no, we can't travel between data centers quite yet. Up to this point, I thought 6.1 was when that was coming out, but apparently that's wrong. It's 6.18 that they're releasing inter-data server travel, which, not gonna lie, took a little bit of wind out of my sails, but, you know, still plenty of other things with this patch that is excited for, like the MSQ. See, anyway, what exactly? I wasn't going to touch it, but you know, I'm saying that one. I was going to touch it, I swear, but Ishtola, on the other hand.
You and I will speak later.
Oh, God, I love it.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
I beg to differ. There's always time for frivolity.
This something of which thou speakest,
That was
might it
great,
be
though.
some manner of
The
threat?
menacing, like,
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Show us? Wait, I thought it was sealed. Unlocked the way, you know? Or break the seal, you know. Okay. Okay. That's a no-no. Looks very menacing.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment. Why? By an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
Close it! It's like, oh, I've only opened it for about a moment. That's all it takes! Close it! Slap that bitch shut!
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is a product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes.
Hey, Billy Mount. It's a going. Thanks. You may now enter Alzdal's Legacy with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu. Small but deadly. Small things become big headaches.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south.
Okay.
And even further into memory.
Okay, cool. You know, I have no doubt this is going to be one hell of a story. But you can close it now. We know what it is. Come in, just shut it. Something's going to happen. They're leaving it open way too long.
An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities.
I remember those fights. Those were fun.
In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Man, he's a dragon. He's lived through quite a lot. He's part of the first brood, too.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya.
Yeah, okay. I think I see where this is going.
We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
Damn.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return.
Allagan's being cunts and all that.
For my part,
yeah.
I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn.
Couldn't Vitra send Varshan, his smaller variant of himself? Or, well, I suppose the connection could be lost with that body. And after all, Varshan is just a puppet controlled by Vitra.
Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Or perhaps that was the purpose of Varshan.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, but Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
The weight of authority.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
My Nero turned purple.
As did I. Were it not for Une and Doga, or Nero for that matter, we might never have made it home. Do you remember what happened to Nero? How his wounds allowed the Void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether? Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection.
Yeah, this is something to be said about the weight of responsibility that comes with being a leader. When other people are counting on you, oftentimes it does become a game of numbers, right? Like, he could have saved his sister, or at the very least could have made the attempt to save his sister with no guarantees, but it would have been at the sacrifice of everyone else he had sworn to protect. Yeah, it's not a decision I envy. It's not a decision I don't think anyone would envy such a decision. I can't think anyone would be like, yeah, I want to be put in this sort of predicament. Man. Fields Walker is still quite alive. The next expansion better have, like, a beach episode or something. I'm telling you, man. Jesus.
When I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course.
Yes, close it.
I wish only to forget the rest.
Now, it's possible the next expansion might have to do with the Void now. The 13th. I didn't actually think of that as a possibility. Not for the next expansion, anyway. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. I will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we'd be happy to offer our assistance. That would not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radzatan. True. It is the reverse of the Ascians mentality. That is very true. And it speaks volumes that we definitely have like an immediate respect for Vitra / Vashan. Like, we have an immediate increase in respect. At least I do. Because of that. He was and is faced with the same decision that the Ascians were, but the difference comes in his approach. Like, he has the depressing as it is, but the correct response to the same question. It's a matter of sacrifice your personal connection and sacrifice your loved one for the sake of the people whose existence you bear a responsibility for. Again, it's not the... You can understand both perspectives. Like we understand the Ascians' perspectives, though we don't, and we even sympathize with it, but we don't necessarily agree. We don't necessarily... Well, it's not necessarily... At least in my case, I don't at all agree with their decision. Yes, it's a decision I hope to never have to be faced with, and would I make the same mistake? Quite possibly. But objectively speaking, if I made the same decision as the Ascians, I would see, in an objective sense, I would be in the wrong. And I would hope, I would be stopped. Despite the fact that I'd be acting in self-interest mostly. Like the Ascians, they weren't evil by any means. They wanted to bring back their people. But at the same time, objectively speaking, which whenever it comes into a moral debate of like something of this scale, it's damn near impossible to really say that one side is definitively right or wrong. But there are objective points we can look at and say, okay, this is the objective, or this is the greater good, so to speak, out of the two, or the lesser evil, if you want to play it like that. It's a very complex debate, but in the end, it's one where I can understand, and though I do sympathize with the Ascians and even understand their decision, unlike with Vitra and Vashan here, I don't have any respect for the decision. Understanding, yes. Empathy, yes. And even acknowledge that I might make the same decision in their shoes, but it's not a decision I would say is worthy of respect. From like an outside perspective, anyway. Like, obviously, if you're their family member or you're someone on their side who's also trying to... Like, if you're amongst the Ascians, you look at the decision with respect, but that's, again, from a biased point of view. But it's the outside perspective that I'm speaking from. And from the outside perspective, it's, though, again, sympathize, empathize, I get it, but it's not a decision one can respect, necessarily. Welcome home, Tim Bowman. Hope the work day was not too stressful. I hope it all went smoothly. I hope you can now put your feet up, relax, lay back, and enjoy your afternoon. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapakulu has been reduced to The Kapakulu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage, and see that it is conveyed to its post along with a few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Yeah, a little bit sheepish there. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Ahem, well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. Sorry. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact. But I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man. I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Astinian! Bad! Bad Astinian! Go in the corner! We're not even humoring the concept of sending Alphino in that shithole. Even as a joke! You bastard! Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding its diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Ajdaya, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant, for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with a cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void scent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. You seem to have struck a bargain of your own, Shroud. Though it serves you well in battle, be aware that the beneficial nature of your arrangement is the exception which proves the rule. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? There's all Astinian's idea? Nah. I already threw the responsibility on somebody else amongst the Scions, so... As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to the trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? And yeah, the whole point the point was the adventure, but the goal was to help. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Sharlayan as well. Mistress Kryl was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now.
We can discuss my findings once I return. You will not be rid of me so easily. You may now undertake the Chronicle of New Era quest series, Mists of the Realm. Speak with a fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest. What? The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Of course. Anything to make up for the contracts we broke. Yeah. I don't really know if I feel guilty about destroying them. Because the thing is, it's not like they put a sign out front that said, hey, official property of Vitra, you know, officially controlled by Radza. You think they would, you know, put some kind of like, hey, don't fuck with this. It's got a prior claim. Like, if you just leave it unattended outside of just some guardians that are, you know, reminiscent of monsters and stuff, you can't really complain when just a common adventurer, especially when there's legends about it, with like its great wealth and shit. Especially with all that, right? You can't really complain. Not full, like, don't get me wrong. This, I'm not shirking all responsibility, but you can't. If it was a matter of we disregarded a warning not to go, or we disregarded some kind of note that it was not just some dungeon, then yeah, like that at that point, yeah, whip my back and, you know, tell me I'm bad. Giggity. but like we had, come on. The level of responsibility is lower, is all I'm arguing. Thank you, Shroud. Shroud and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Doom. I wasn't far off. Ooh. Ha! Dramatic flair. A new enemy approaches. Chunky boy. I send the breach of a gate. Or I sense the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. 'Twas thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet, we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah, let him come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling grasp for breath in his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Ha! Concerning. Alright, sharing the wealth. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from the monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Shroud, you are to visit Akiali and Yedlemad. Speak with Matsia and his people and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same, at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant's Gall grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta.
Ah, okay, so they're making references to FF4? Interesting. Are you knowing who the Black Knight was? No, but I haven't played FF4. I haven't finished FF1. I haven't played FF2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have played 7. I haven't played 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and I have played 14, or been playing 14. And I haven't played 15, and 16 isn't out yet, if I got the mainline numbers correct. Fly, Argos! I've played every multiple of 7 in terms of the Final Fantasy franchise. Is he the knight who goes nee, 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 nee? FF4 is probably the first FF game with a strong narrative. The 3 before was more like collect X pieces of Y, beat the big bad. I mean, yeah, but that's a classic RPG, right? Like especially old school RPGs like that in terms of video game form. The novelty of just simply having a digital game that you could play was already strong enough. Plus the RPG mechanics and everything like that. And they also like to leave. Back then, leaving things open-ended made it feel more like D&D. But, yeah, when things got a little bit more advanced with technology and the novelty of being able to play a digital RPG, D&D style, where it's very open-ended, yeah, it kind of became more about creating a narrative for which players could experience. At least that's my rationale of the mentality. I don't know the mentality. I wasn't in the offices, you know?
Oh, Shroud, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kozal's lost hit was us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can.
So he needs buyers for his fish.
the sunlight. Its glorious rays bring down happiness upon me. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavner, then you must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. You're the only thief around here. I am not a Stygian. There's no other proper choice. A Stygian? Who is Ah! You're the one who was with that spear-toting fellow? Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for the scraps in the street. So it seems like Yedlamad needs some kind of advertising that it's okay to travel once more. You know, get tourism back in the stiff things, thingadingies, bleh. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger's past, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Khazal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure we'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things... Okay. Now that was a man who got things done. God's rest his soul. You're still going to key the local figures again and understand the popular censorship. Okay. Rashawn awaits your report at Megaduta. To Vash! To Megaduta! Away! And skin cancer, what? That was random. On skin cancer! I don't follow. Oh, I almost missed that. What other jobs do I play? Richard North? He probably left by now, but I'll answer after the fact. Let's see. My main tank is Dark Knight, though I still gotta level him to 90. A bit of a ways to go, 8 more levels. Before Reaper, my main DPS was my Samurai. But, you know, obviously, Reaper kind of took that spot. Let's see, yeah, that pretty much covers it. I mean, my main jobs are Dark Knight and Reaper. Those are my main shtick. And I suppose White Mage is my main healer, but I don't really like playing healer ever, so... Excuse me. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now, that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. I was talking about sunbeams? Ah. Asmo's an edgy boy? Yes, I play all the edgy classes. I got so much edge, if you look at me wrong, you'll get razor cuts on your eyes.
Like, the edge! But, that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. If there are a few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some car to stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palaka's stand are unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they preserved with some assistance from Yedlamad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Palaka's stand has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. I almost said leader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akiali in Yedlamad? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Shroud, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. Functionaries? Functioneers. Vitra.
I thank you for your attendance.
I always like his design.
The Radiant Host have retrieved or hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need.
Save your money, folks.
That day hath come.
It pays off, literally.
May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul.
He went a pretty rough way.
Bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
Now this is Game of Thrones right here. The inner workings of higher office.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer.
Are you asking me? Oh shit.
Deem the wisest course.
Taxes. Levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment. It takes a village. Taxes. Levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment. Well, I don't know if the first one sounds better or not, because the second one's, it takes a village. So what? The kids be taken in by the locals? Like, what does that mean? That's so open-ended. I don't know if that leads to a smart statement. Like a correct course of action. And the first one sounds smarter. It sounds... It reads like a more proper statement, but at the same time, I don't know what the ... is for. It's like, it takes a village. Okay, it takes a village to raise a kid, true, but... There's more to it, right? Like orphanages? Are we talking like local families who only have 1 or 2 children should be encouraged to take in some of these kids as either as a form of adoption or... I'm not sure. And the first one, I don't know, doesn't even really read to me like it's talking about the kids. It's like taxes, levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment. Okay. Sounds like an economic choice, but I'm not sure that really answers the question about the children's welfare. I don't know, chat, 1 or 2. 1, taxes, levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment, or 2, it takes a village. Vote now. Hit me up. You guys did a side quest because there was another option for you? You had 3? Alright, great. 2?
Of course. We must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Khazal seems appropriate. Why not honor one of your most successful merchants? Something with Khazal, that seems appropriate.
A fitting candidate. Khazal should be remembered not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavnair, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Khazal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Hopefully.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Khazal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor.
I like their armor. I know I've said that before, but I really like the armor of the Thavnarian forces.
Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Ishgard now, not Ishgard back in the day. Well, technically Ishgard back in the day was like that, but then not in the last couple hundred years. But now we got it back on track. Took a little bit of effort, but we got it back on track. The veteran Radiant wishes to share his gratitude. Okay. Thank you for putting forth Khazal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Ishtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Ishtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say, then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahuan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. When you say buy the armor, are you talking about via the cash shop? Or are you talking like in-game for Gil? Or both? P.S. I've been bit by a mosquito. Let's just find a way we can't mount up in towns.
Regardless.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics.
That is true. You want to get the baseline handled before you build to the tower.
From
you know.
what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
All right.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first.
Grahatia is probably sneezing right now. Or his ears are burning. Or both.
And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
True that. Hell yeah.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
So, a Tuesday.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th, and humbled the Cloud of Darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Somewhat. Somewhat. Count me in.
I had a feeling you might say that.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands.
I've been pretty good with it so far.
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, hint, hint.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Voidsent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent.
These alchemists are kind of terrifying. Very effective.
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daemir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
I mean, kinda get why.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built.
I swear to Christ.
Which leaves us with...
I swear to Christ, I just heard her say Google. I know she said Google, I'm reading Google, but I heard Google. Not Google, of course. Charlian Archive, Google. I know, I'm fucking stupid. Don't mind me. I'm just saying. Oh my god. God's favorite place to sneak around with what? Numenon?
Yes, it may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlian.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Good on you, Estinian.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
One thing that's kind of fucked up about this, though, is we're kind of bringing back a lot of bad memories. It's one thing when we went to the vault and destroyed all the guards and stuff like that the one time, but this is kind of potentially posing some false hopes here. It's a little bit cruel. I mean, I know, like, narratively speaking, we're probably going to succeed, but at the same time... If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Skarlak Montishan? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he is willing to help us once more. Inshallah is now accompanying you. Okay. Yes. We've done this before. we are going all the way to the library. Alright, we'll go this path. Okay, is the Aetheryte? Wait, the Aetheryte works with porting around with a companion? I thought that ditched them. Did they fix that? I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7, and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after, Master Louis Soir took him in off the streets. He was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. I am being called. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, tonight is gonna be a long night. Oh, good God. Okay. Real quick, I gotta do something. I got to do something real quick. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, I gotta do something real quick, and then I got more shit I gotta do. Don't worry, we're gonna wrap up the MSQ stuff. How much more do we gotta go? I wouldn't ask this if I had more time, but how much time-wise, or quest number-wise, either way, how much do we have left to do in the 6.1 MSQ? I don't want to rush it, but at the same time, like, I'm now on a clock. Tonight is gonna be a long night. I'm gonna be getting to bed late. Very late. I'm also gonna be pretty cold. Western Avenue. Okay. Robanon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I just learned something funny. Asinian gave Emmerich an elephant costume and he's taken to walking around. What? Finished it before. 3/4 of the way. Oh, also welcome, Bryce. I am so fucking sorry. Bricka.
More gil for
I
the
apologize if I
cause.
butchered your name. Welcome to stream. 3/4 of the way. I finished it before. Okay. 3/4 of the way. I'm assuming that means it's like 30 more minutes? Hopefully? Reasonably close to the end if you don't go to Tangentville. My God, woman, you really are not happy with my discussions today. I'm sorry. I've committed a sin. Sweet Lord. Whatever shall I do? Tangentville. How dare you talk about it? Okay. I hate doing this. Yeah, sorry, I'm doing something real quick. I'm trying to do it quickly so the stream isn't bogged down by it too much longer. I'm sorry. I'm not fussing, just saying that if you stay on task, it's much more. If you tangent, it takes longer. It's logic. Don't make me shit you in the butt next time we play Deep Road Galactic. Yes, ma'am. go. Okay, so that should be settled. I meant Dragoon. Yeah, DRG is short for Deep Rock Galactic. When we're talking about the game, it gets confusing sometimes in conversation. All right, let's make some headway. Should I wonder as well? Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Patoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. Indeed. Old man! Visitors. Quite esteemed ones at that. What might I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Skarlark, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? Not this time. We got Graha on a leash. He's good. I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Alright, we give him the full rundown. Can I imagine shot? I can. I pretty much picture that that little Mikote girl from the first. Although I know their race is called something different in the first. But the little Mikote girl from the first, that's basically Ishtola. that's what I pictured she was. That's what I pictured she was like. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Daemir is laying dormant in Sharlayan archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift for one that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha 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 ha! Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself! And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request to the forum's for the forum's consideration. It must be legally adorable? Sure that. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Fortunal? Why, Master Fortunal? Yep. Of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortunal on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to Liverlear Estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours. I'd wager so if you could see your way to indulging in old men's curiosity. Of course, Skarlark.
We will be sure to pass on any revelations. The House Levelier Butler. Ah, indeed. The Butlers. Alright, time to speak with the old butler. Ah, Master Shroud, Mistress Ishola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortunal. Is he home, by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Hello, good man. Much appreciated. Yeah, I just found that out a little while ago from Tim Bowman. It's news to me as well, and I appreciate now that it works that way. Well, Emiliance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume that is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Alright, give him the full rundown. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scarlock Montrachet expressed much of the same sentiment. I assure you, we will not attempt to circumvent the form's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for a good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over people, yet healing from the flames of a final days, loyal to his duty while portraying the the longing of his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. Wait, did she just brother? Unless I misinterpreted that. I might have. No, okay, she's talking, no, okay, for a second I thought she was talking about her relationship with, no, she's talking about Vitra and, okay. Okay. For a second I was like, oh, did she just brother zone him? Like, damn, that's brutal. No, it's good to see that's not the case. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet, the forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. To open a door to reality, to a corruptive hell, filled with billions of demons, could you please give us the info to enable us to do so? Pretty much. Quite the heavy request. It's like it's a little over the top. Right, to the Baldessian Annex. Boom. Low blow shot? Yeah, but sometimes you need to throw a low blow to get things done.
Unfortunately. So what did the Forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Montoya has burned some bridges here in Charlie and insulted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you a good day. Thank you, Fortunal! I'm glad he didn't turn out to be the ultra dick he initially posed himself to be. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye. But that very stoicism is exactly what Charlene needed to guide it through not one but two exoduses. Exodus. Exodite. Yes. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes of getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be finding House Demir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Oh boy. I feel like I should go in there with Ishtola on a leash, you know? Like, down, girl! Focus! You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Show's not gonna be here. Blah. It's about half the player base's fantasy, it seems, is Sholano. Not what I meant, but, you know. Okay. I voiced it several times, I'll voice it again. I don't get it. Just because she's a cat girl. I mean, come on, that's really the only main motivator. Personality-wise, she's not, like, horrible or anything. But it's like, you know, like, she ain't, like, up there. Archon, Ishola, and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Yes. Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Welcome to the restricted section. Oh boy. I do like the music.
If House Demir's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Indeed. Grab some books! Start reading. I'll switch through the pages like a maniac. Time for some light reading. Okay. Today in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling, like a candle's flame threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for the... Okay, whew. So, we found the Rule 34 of the Void. Got it. Moving away from that section, we know why that's in the Forbidden Area. In the year 1564, in the 6th Astral Era, the Amalja summoned Ifrit, the patron god, a council described lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider the primal summoning as an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiformed entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one believe in an almighty omniscient attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar herself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of the divine sagesty? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? If it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age, yet with no means to verify its pronouncements? How could one be certain they were true? Well, it would also be defined on your own because if the god was born of your preconceived notions of everything, wouldn't the answers it give also cater to your sensibilities? I don't know, I'm just saying, like, that's a potential risk with, like, summoning a primal or icon on the basis of it knowing all things, but what if it knows all things only based on your preferences? There are limitations to this scheme, so to speak. Oh, there's one other one up here. Or didn't I just read this one? The following pages detail an advanced method of manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th Patriarch of the House Demer. We present these research notes to the faculty of Shalian Studium as both a token of our friendship and the expression of our boundless admiration. Alright, found it. Woo! Ishtora, I found the book! Has something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies. I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. See, this is why you need someone who doesn't like reading to go with you into a section where you need to find a specific tome. Because they'll stop the moment they realize that book ain't what they were looking for. Well done, Shroud. I think you may have found our prize. Don't sound too disappointed. It's like, damn it. Now I gotta leave.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
I know that thing.
Among the
I
ranks
hate
of the
that
Void
thing.
Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings reveal that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate.
Shit.
Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos.
Clever.
could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now.
Oops.
Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales.
I've run into them. Hell, constantly run into them on my roulettes.
And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves.
Ah. Atomos, oh, that's a cool callback then.
Ah. But that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
We shall return here again someday.
As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hunnish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in that. Ah, yes. It'll be good to see her again. House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed should you wish to indulge more forbidden literature. I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. I say we return to Thavner and look for her at the Great Work. The other best Elefanto, indeed. Romanon, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. As covered in the full rise of FF14. True, but it's been forever since we watched that. Or is that the video where... Yeah, I believe that's... Yeah, I was asked to react to that. Yeah. I haven't watched that in forever, though. Alright. Hello, Nidana. You beautiful lady, you. How are you? Stoller tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters! This is the mark of House Daemir. I never knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was? But that means every word within its forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right in my unsuspected hand. I can hardly wait to read it. What? I'm not allowed to read this? This is forbidden? This is restricted text? Yay! To think that Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you in helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes! 1,000 times yes! Work on Daemir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Sharlayan trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we built it? So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today's a day of revelations indeed.
If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Shalion's markets provide the raw aquamarine to pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place of their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Seriously, it's worth it? Okay. I'm on a tight clock here, but I'll do my best. Yeah, boy. Yeah, I gotta get off sooner than I intended because we have a bit of a we have a bit of a problem in the area, and a small group of farmers and the like are we're gonna go deal with the problem, but they're all apparently gonna be setting up and getting ready to go in less than an hour, so just want to get this done before I join them. Alright, got the water. Boom. Okay, so talk to them now, or the boy Murad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Archon Ishtola requested I join you, but of her plans, she offered scant detail. Oh, I forgot to mention, the Font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife, and you should watch out for them when you go there next time. My apologies. Alright. Do you have the flask for me? Indeed I do. There you go. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Shroud. Void theory. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lands. Right then, now that our little party's assembled, let's make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsia's boat again? Not this time. Once Ishtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akiali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host, shall we? We're somewhat of equal distance, whether we teleport to Yedlamad or not. The ship is yours to command.
Ah, thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Alzadal's legacy. To see the truth of the legend with my own eyes.
All aboard for the treasure vault.
Okay.
I thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. It would seem a few stragglers remained.
Poor Vitra. He really should have spoken with Estinian before we left. I shudder to think what we've cost them in terms of construct materials. He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word.
Okay.
Bad Estinian.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence.
Dragoons look before they leap?
Test that hypothesis before we set
Preposterous.
foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Why do they always ask me? Might as well go myself, say nothing and look meaningful. It's meaningfully at the city. It's like, hey, you know how they always send me into this shit? How about you go this time? Maybe send a familiar? I don't know, we all know. I kind of wanted to do the second one, but I know it's gonna be me. Come on, come on, come on. And at this point, we know. We know. Let's not play games, shall we?
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
Oh, that's right, familiar. Whoops.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead.
I don't know. My brain, the way my brain was doing it was like, oh, we're about to expand it, so my idea was like, oh, any of us could fit. Clearly, didn't really absorb this correctly. Whatever.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same.
Theoretically.
I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mean, as dark as it would be, you could summon a Porogo.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
That was adorable.
arms. I fear she's been...
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
That was gold. Her dignity is shattered. Marshmallows? She was a magical girl as a kid, apparently. That's adorable. Yep, feel the shame. Embarrassment flows through. Allow it to just seep away.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
Hey, works.
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
You were a kid. I mean, kids come up with just cutesy stuff, right? Like when you're a child, the way you just do shit is just way more innocent. Like you don't at all think about like. There's two stages of life, right, where you don't give even a remote shit about what people think about you. That's childhood and old personhood. Like if you're like 60 and older, you know, if you're 60 and older, you don't give a fuck what people think. You don't give a damn what you think. If you're a child under like 10, you don't give a fuck what people think. It's just all about you having fun and you enjoying life. That's the thing. The way we leave this world the same, kind of similarly to our initial stages in it. Our human existence is like a rhyme.
In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale.
And the other one we're sacrificing to die.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of Void Scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Always am. Oh, can't help it. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Frosted foam.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Go ahead. You know you're gonna shove me in there the moment you have the gate open big enough anyway.
Let us begin, shall we?
It's adorable. It's one of those rare occasions we actually get to see a little bit more of the... Yeah, a little bit more of the...
Into the void.
Softer side of Ishtola. Alright, now we wait for them to come back. Patiently. Stand guard at the Disney location? Okay.
I think we've waited long enough.
Alright, bring him back.
Nixies, return to my side.
Uh-oh. Aww. Thank you, rubbing on for the super chat. Those were Those were boss 2 of Matoya's Relict.
Thank you, little one.
If you Ishola
You did well.
Those were boss...
More
what?
gil for the cause.
I'm very confused by the wording here. Those were boss 2 of Matoya's Relict. If you Ishola with you via trusts, she says as much herself. What? Thank you for the super chat.
Poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
Oh shit.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
Yeah, good idea.
They're coming through.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Okay, good.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Yeah, quite.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium.
That's good.
Rest now, little ones.
Is she reabsorbing? Oh, okay.
Graha's theory was
Well, it's
correct.
2 imps and a bunch of tentacles, so... This is a Japanese game, so when you see them tentacles, you get on guard.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Hell, I would think.
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives.
Nope.
The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness.
Recap
In Emissar's
time.
own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void.
The Shadow Realm.
You remember Unakalhai, the unusual
That's how
child
you
we
say
met
his
during
name?
our troubles with the
I
Warring
kept
Triad.
saying Ununkulhai.
He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends, with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness.
Hold on, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Sorry, allow me to correct myself. A bigger version of those two were in Matoya's relic. As Boss 2, she alludes to herself as a trust. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. And thank you for the additional super chat. Much appreciated generosity.
And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
More gil for the cause.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage.
Yeah, we got several more post-Endwalker patches to go.
To new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way.
Hell yeah.
But first, I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Don't rush the man. Or the dragon. Or the child. Or the child dragon.
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Yeah, again, I feel bad for Vitra, and I also feel bad we're kind of lifting his hopes a little bit. At the same time, again, narratively speaking, we're no doubt gonna get to the Void, and we'll probably find a sister, but still, not a. It's a rough situation. Once Nidana succeeds in replicating the Mark Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? At least I at least had a good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Embarrassment. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks, the Allegans, I'm sure. I mean, true, Garland Ironworks. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experience at hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Ralga's reach and commission their best and brightest. I'm kind of cutting it close to the wire, guys. How much more do we got to go? How much more do we got to go? Oh, thankfully it ported us right there. A bit? How much is a bit in this case? Shroud, what brings you to the iron? What brings you to the ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president. President, actually, assuming he's available. Alright, have a good night, Flynn Raider. Thank you for joining while you could. Master Sid? Certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. I don't have a half hour, no. We'll wrap it up after this convo with Sid. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void is to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Mateon and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds, in which case our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said? Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. Ha, the hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidana is getting on with the Mock Atomos. And unfortunately, I'm gonna have to end it there, guys. I wish I didn't have what was happening, but you know, it has to be resolved, and we have to go deal with it. So I will wrap up the 6.1 MSQ at the beginning of the next FF14 stream, which which will probably be Sunday. Don't hold me to that. It's Easter Sunday, so that's also a weird day for me. But we'll see if I can fit in like a decently long stream on Sunday. Otherwise, thank you all so much for watching. It's been an amazing day, an amazing afternoon, and 6.1 is really awesome. I love the new setup with the new post-patch storyline. This new grand adventure, we're going to the fucking Void, which I don't know if they're setting up that to be the next expansion, is us going to the Void, or the Void is actually the arc we're entering for the post-patch story. It could be either, because the post-patches have been extensive and thick stories in their own right. And sometimes they even dwarf their own base expansion story. But I'm curious if part of this is setting up the next expansion more so, or It's more as just the story that's going to be self-contained within the post Endwalker patches. Regardless, thank you all so much for watching. I'll catch you guys next time, and I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.